Ophelia 6277 just redeemed Blow High for 300 points. Ophelia 6277 just redeemed Show Outfit for 300 points.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Thank you Ophelia for the redeem there. Good news is I got my alerts working again. So hopefully you all saw and heard that one. Hope everybody is having a great weekend. Welcome LT Bago, thank you for redeeming a muskmallow. Fun fact about the muskmallow, I don't have an emote for it, but it is the flower in my hair in my profile picture. When she was making it, Luna asked me what flower I wanted, and I just picked a random one that I happened to have seen that day, which was muskmallow. Hello, Mac X Piper. Is it me, Mac, or have you changed the casing of your username? The X is uppercase now. Yeah, Mac X Piper, because the R is uppercase. Thank you for redeeming a Heath Milkwort, and that's a lovely emote you've got there. Very bright with the music note. Oh, it's a music streamer. I suppose that makes sense. Welcome in, Harry. Thank you for redeeming a Carline Thistle. Hope you are well. Hello, Ophelia. Ophelia has a barren strawberry. Interesting plant that. It's almost exactly the same as wild strawberry. Same flower, slightly different leaves, but doesn't have strawberries, as in it doesn't have the big red juicy fruit that we all know and love. Hence why it's called barren. Max says, I see it now, though it is just in the menu. Well, I assume it shows up on your profile page as well, but yes. But yeah, good news is my alerts are working again, so I will fetch Blow High and show my outfit. It is a bit of... I do need to get some new outfits. I'm sort of repeating them very much at the moment. This is my pink outfit. I mean, I have a pink cardigan and I have this pink sort of knit pattern jumper and my blue and pink skirt. It's sort of my one pink outfit. Max says it just separates the two words better. The X's just separate. Right, yes. I know, I understand why you did it. I was looking at your name and thinking, something is different. It took me a moment to realise what. Welcome in, Elfie. Thank you for redeeming a Meadow Vetchling. Just going to go and fetch... Well, you could use underscores, LT Bago. That is correct. Although... then whenever you redeem something, the text-to-speech will say Mac underscore X underscore Piper. Ophelia says, please don't get new outfits just to be able to show more outfits. Well, I mean, but I like showing off new outfits. It's fun. Like, what was the point of transitioning if I don't get to wear pretty outfits? Like, isn't that the whole point? I know. They're not. I'm not going to be buying them just to wear on the stream. I do exist in real life. Believe it or not, I do exist outside of the internet, and I have to wear clothes then as well. So there is a reason to. Hello, Mike Claroni. Welcome in. Mike Claroni is a legend in these streams, and the little green icon next to his name explains why. Thank you, Macaroni, as always, for dropping by. You've been drinking a lot of wine. Oh dear. Well, go and hang out with Dragon Girl then. She does drunk streams sometimes. By the way, Mike, I don't know if you've ever redeemed Flower of the Day, but for a mere 10 channel points, you too can build your own wildflower collection. Aphelios, oh, you are? Okay, yeah, I did drop in on Dragon earlier today, but I have been with my family today. She's playing Supermarket Simulator. Okay, well, if she's still live in 4 hours' time, we might do a little raid. Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you, Macaroni. You have a Marsh Marigold as your first flower of the day. Very nice. Ophelia says, if you want to get them for yourself, that's different. I just mean don't get them for others. Well, I will do both. I will get things that I like, but also things that I think I would enjoy showing off on stream, like skirts that are nice and twirly. Yeah, so I don't drink alcohol. I have nothing against people who do. I just have a liver that doesn't like it. So there will be no drunk streams from Emma. But I can recommend Dragon Girl. She is hilarious. Tibago is going to change his name to L. How many have we got here? Underscore 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 Tibago. I don't know if the bot actually, the text to speech, I don't know if it actually says every underscore or not. Anyway, sorry. Ophelia is sitting there going, Emma, where are my redeems? I want them. Ooh. Okay. Mike Coloni is lurking. No problem, Mike. Thank you for dropping by. Always appreciate you being here. Piper says, that is a lot of underscores. By the way, the X stands also for Generation X. Okay. Yes, I'm Generation Y or Millennial, or whatever you want to call it, myself. I think Tibago is Gen X, so I certainly have Gen X viewers. We demand redeem, says Tibago. Yes, I'm bad at that. So sometimes I'll see the redeem and I'll think, oh, I'll just do that in a minute, and then I'll talk for like 5 more minutes, or sometimes 10 more minutes, or sometimes forget it entirely. You are indeed Gen X, yes. Hello, Deadly. Welcome in. I am doing okay. Let's just say I'm doing okay. I've certainly had better weeks, but I've also certainly had worse weeks. So I am doing okay. That is a very excited Mario you have there. Who is that from? Salemba. Oh, okay. Mario Rave. Welcome in Mud Stuff. Thank you for redeeming a cut-leaved crane's bill as your flower of the day. I don't actually have a flower for that one. However, if anyone shows up in chat who has a 1 month sub badge, it's basically that. That flower is actually Herb Robert, but cut-leaf cranes bill have the same flower. It just has different leaves. Hey, Teabag. I don't know if LT Baggo likes being called Teabag. What is that emote? Some emotes I don't understand. But as I say, I'm a millennial, so I'm too old for some of this internet nonsense. Anyway, today we are going to be continuing with Infinifactory, which we made some progress last week, but it was slow progress. We had to make a sort of fork-shaped thingy, and then we had to make a cube. Ooh, bleh. Sorry about that. Blow high. Trying to sit up straight whilst also holding a blow high, whilst not shrimping, just in case Lewis drops by. Let's get the scene set up. So this is Infinifactory. As always, let me know if the sound level is good for you, but I think that's where we had it last time. And I think it worked out pretty well then. And yeah, so we did these 3 puzzles. And that was about all we managed last stream, because they are getting very difficult now. But I actually wanted to revisit this structural frame puzzle, because my first solve used 441 blocks, and when I looked at that on the histogram to compare it to everyone else's solutions, it was like right up here at the end, meaning almost everyone else who solved this puzzle had a simpler solution than mine. So I went back over it off stream and I thought, is there an easier way to do this? And as you can see, I've now come up with this solution, which is slower. So this first number is the number of cycles, so it takes longer to complete, but it's about a quarter of the size, which is right around the average. So yeah, I thought it might be a bit tedious to do on stream, but I'm glad I went back, because I feel like I'm going to need that knowledge for the next 2 puzzles. So this was my first solution, the one that I came up with on stream, and it's a bit big. I mean, it works perfectly well. It's just absolutely enormous. So I went away and thought about it. And what I thought was, rather than trying to make this cube out of 4 pieces like this, and then 8 of these cross pieces like this, which is how I was going to do it, if I just made this sort of C shape, I could just make 4 of those and stick them together to make this cube. So what I then came up with was this, which is a lot smaller than what I had before. I have a grid of lasers here that creates the C shape, like that. And then I have this machine. It has a rotator in it, and what the rotator does is spins the C shape round, and then it goes round like that, and then it gets welded to the next C shape, and then that all gets spun round and welded to the next C shape, and then that all gets spun round and welded to the next one, and that makes the cube. The tricky bit then was actually getting the cube out of the machine once I'd made all 4 sides, otherwise it would just spin round and round forever. So I had to put this in. This great long thing here is a timing circuit. This block goes round and round, and every time it hits this button, it moves the rotator out the way. And when the rotator moves out the way, instead of rotating, the cube will actually... There we go, you saw the rotator move, and now the cube comes out. The only problem with this solution is it won't run at full speed. If I turn it up to full speed, the C shape doesn't actually make it out of the way of the lasers before the lasers fire again, and then the C gets destroyed. So that doesn't work, but if I slow it down, then it does actually work. And it's a lot simpler. So I need to bear in mind this technique with this rotatey thing, possibly for future puzzles. Anyway, we shall tackle a new solution now. Anti-javelin battery is the next one. Piper, I mentioned shrimping, and Piper says, side notice, ate some nice shrimps today. I'm glad to hear that, Piper. Hope they were delicious. Shrimp chips, okay. Hello Ren, welcome in. Thank you for saying hello to everyone and redeeming a Sherlock as your flower of the day. It's so good to have you here, as always. I hope your weekend is going well. Right, we are back in this weird factory with giant toad statues and lava. What are we making? Oh, we can listen to this as well.
Salvitros does not share Miruvo's interest in humans. Frankly, I'm kind of relieved. Could you imagine if they were all like that?
Oh, okay, that's all you have to say. Fair enough. Right, what are we working with here? Oops. This is the input. Yeah, okay. So this is coming in, and we need to make this. Okay. This is an interesting one because we're not just receiving individual blocks that we need to assemble into a machine. We're receiving a machine that we need to disassemble and then reassemble. Hopefully without falling down there. This is... Health and safety practices are not being applied in this workplace. There are literally stairs that just end in a sheer drop into lava. And there are no handrails at all. This is not a safe working environment. Yeah. Also, these are all falling off the end. So, I'm assuming this machine here that we're given as our input must have all the blocks in that we need to make one of these. So what does this actually consist of? We've got these barrels at the front, and there's 6 of those. And then we've got these things at the back, and there's 6 of those as well. And each of those is made up of 2 blocks. So 12 blocks worth of those, and 18 blocks worth of those. And at the bottom we've got this one block with the X's on. That seems to be it. And our input... Okay, so our input, we have 2 barrels. So we need 3 copies of the input to get 6 of those barrels. We also need to get one of these. Looks like there's 2 of them. Okay, so we don't need all of these X-shaped blocks. So... yeah, I can't detach this block from this because you can't detach 2 blocks in this game unless you have a teleporter, which we don't. So what we probably want to do is destroy most of these X blocks. Like 5 out of 6 times we need to destroy this X block, and then the 6th time we need to keep it. And then we just need to assemble those 6 together. Okay, and then everything else we can get rid of. So I'm going to start off here by simply removing the entire middle section, because we don't need it. Also don't need the bottom part of this. do. Some of the time we need this, and some of the time we don't. Okay, that's no good because we lose all of them. So we need a conveyor. Here? Does that work? No, that moves it. Okay, that works. And then when it gets to here, we can convey it off to... No. Send it off to the side. There we go. So that gets it out of the machine. Since we only need this block 1 out of 6 times, we can just get rid of it completely on the left side. That. And then also bring this across. Yeah, like that. Oops. Yeah, like that. So now we're getting 3 of these with the bottom block attached and 3 without the bottom block attached. What we can probably do is stick the 3 with the block attached on the bottom, and then just cut off 2 of the blocks and stick the other 3 on the top. So we actually don't want to merge these lanes together, I don't think. We're going to want to bring these out separately. Bring them this way, perhaps. Yeah, like that. We want these to be 1 block lower. Than these. Oops. You are stuck. How do I want to do this? Right where I want to assemble everything is a giant hole, which is helpful. Ren says conveyors the workhorses of any factory. They certainly are in a lot of factory building games. Factorio, you use a lot of them, and this game seems like you use quite a lot of them as well. No, this needs to move this way. I'm trying to drop them down on top of each other. Oh, and that's not going to work because that's going to catch on there. Okay. In that case, we need to build it more like here. Yeah, like that. Except that... Yeah, this needs to be... they need to be lined up. There. No, that's still not lined up. There. We'll get there eventually, I promise. There we go. Okay. Obviously, yeah, ignore the fact that these aren't working quite right at the top. We're now getting the ones with the X's on the bottom and the other ones on the top. And I think all we need to do now is weld them together, which should just be a case of sticking 2 welders here. Let's see how that goes. No, not there. There. Yeah, so that sticks those 2 together. And then when that moves across, it moves this across as well. There we go. And then that you end up with 3. And then, yeah, that gives us our 3. That gives us this basically, except we just need to trim off 2 of these X's. So we're actually really close now. Deadly says, just got here about 45 minutes ago. The guy screwed the mirrors up again. Okay, not sure the context of that, but I'm sure Ren knows what you mean. We want to do that. So that the pieces stick to each other? Yeah, like that. So this is now all one solid block. At this point, we need to move it. That could be easier said than done, because we can't just move it when the bottom piece gets to here, because we have to wait for the top to attach. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I think it might actually be better to not stick them together and to trigger it when it gets pushed again. So we would have a button here connected to 3 pushers. We need a wire to connect them. And then that would push them to here, and then we could weld them here as they all get pushed together, so they all can get welded together. So the welders would need to be here. And then we need to attach this to something. I guess just like this. Mirror installation issues prevented our visit this weekend. I'm sorry to hear that, Ren. I didn't realise mirror installation was such a challenge, but apparently it is. Right, now once I've pushed these forward, I need to actually make them move, which is going to be conveyor here. Yeah, conveyor here to bring the middle one out, and then we can just eviscerate away the other ones like that. And that should be all we need. This I feel like this level is actually simpler than the cube level that we just did at the end of last stream. Because it took me a solid 2 hours to get that working. Oh, huge mirrors. Okay, yes, that sounds like more of a challenge then. Ren has instead spent the day working on taxes. Well, that sounds fun. I've just realised that these welders are actually 1 block too high, so let's fix that. Oops, they need to be there. Apart from that, I think I've got it about right. So this is going to, each new piece that comes in pushes the other pieces over until we get to here, when it should hit this button, causing these pushers to push, causing the outer 2 pieces to be removed. Then it hits these welders, it all gets welded together, and then it comes out. Yeah, there we go. So I'm pretty sure that's what they wanted. Yes, okay. Oh, hang on, no, because there's this base as well. Yes, thank you for keeping me in the know, Deadly. We've made the top part. I think we also have to make this base, not like this base, but this base. So that's made up of 9 of these, like, cube... Well, they're all cubes. 9 of this type of block. Are we actually getting any of that type of block from here? Yes, these middle ones. Okay. We would need to extract those middle ones from our machine here. That is doable, actually. We just need to not eviscerate them away. Is there any layer of this that consists entirely of blocks? Yeah, these 2 bottom center sections are just those blocks. These layers have the blocks in as well, but they also have other things, and then we'd need to separate the different things. We can just take these 2 middle layers, I think. Can't get through my own factory. If we just don't have these 2 eviscerators and have conveyors instead, we should be able to extract those. And then we should have enough room here to get them out. Let's see if that works. Okay, yeah, so that gives us a 2x4 chunk, which is not what we need. We need a 3x3 chunk of them. I don't think we can get a 3x3. No, we can't get a 3x3 because there's only 2 on each side. So perhaps just taking the 4x4 and cutting bits off it might be the easiest thing. We can't. We can't just stick 2. I was thinking we'd just cut off the last layer to make a 2x3 and then stick 2 2x3s together, but that would be a 4x3. So we'd have to cut some more off. Yeah, we'll do that. So we are actually getting slightly too much at the moment. I'm just going to mount some eviscerators here, which I think will get rid of these engines as soon as they spawn in. Yeah, so they don't end up coming out. Then if we have an arrangement like this, will this get rid of the one layer of it? No, because then it moves. I think this works to turn it into a 3x2. Yeah, there we go. So we can take our 3x2 and weld it to the bottom of this. Which we can set up here. So this is going to come down here like this, and then this is the same challenge we had in the fork puzzle, where you can't just weld this piece directly to the base because there's no way to point a welder at the middle of this base if you've already made it. So what we'd have to do is make half the base. So we'd have to make a base like this. So a 3x2 section, which conveniently is what we've got. So this is the base, then we have a cross piece like here. Then we can point two welders at it like this to stick the two together, and then later on we have to bring in a 1x3 piece and put it there. Okay. I think I know what I'm doing. So bring this into place here. Have a welder here. Bring this forward one more. Ah, yeah, bringing this forward one more is going to be challenging. We might have to use a upside down conveyor on the roof to bring it instead. Yes. And this can be just blocks. And this block has to not be there. Does this work? Oh, also we don't want the second one of these showing up before we're done. Can put a delay in here. That is not enough of a delay. Not even close. Maybe then we don't actually want to bring out the whole of this. Maybe we do just bring out a 1x3 slice, because then we can build it half as quickly if we do that. So don't bring this bit. No, we still have to chop part of it off. Like that, I guess. Let's see how that goes. Okay, so now we're getting a 1x4 slice, which we're trimming down to 1x3. Like this. Yeah, okay. So 1x3 and then another 1x3. And then... okay, yeah. We don't want the third one to show up until we finish making this part. So... oh, we took the delay out. Let's put the delay back in. Okay, that's a bit closer. Yeah, that almost works, except it doesn't. It almost works, except for the bit that doesn't work. Exactly, Teabago. It works, except it doesn't work, which is a slight problem. How do we want to do this then? I think we need to do this bit differently. I think we actually want to have the welders on this side. Oh, we still need to, hang on, we still need to take, we still need to cut the block down from 4 to 3, like this. I think we want to queue up 3 of these. And then when the last one shows up, we push them all down at once. So a bit like we had on the fork level, we make something like this. And then now we have the 3 pieces of the base. The first piece needs to go here. Second piece needs to go here. And the third piece needs to be attached afterwards, after we've done the welding. So that needs to come over here and be attached later. Let's just check the timing on all this. So first piece, second piece, third piece. Okay, first 2 pieces come in. Okay, it looks like we've got the timing about right. So that gets welded there. Yeah, okay. If we can arrange to weld these 2 base pieces together at the same time, which we can, because we can put welders like this. Now all of that is going to get welded. And then if we have a conveyor here, we can bring the whole thing out here so we can stick the third piece on. Okay, I think we're getting there. I think this is actually going to work, maybe. Yeah, so everything arrives at the same time. This comes out, and now we've almost got it, except we just need to put another row of 3 blocks on the bottom. Fortunately, we have another row of 3 blocks over here, ready to be attached. So if we bring this here, bring it to like here. Actually, let's don't need to take it that far. Just here is probably fine. Have this come in here. And then we want to put the welders. So this is going to be attaching these 3 blocks to these blocks. Yes, we are doing a bit of a dance, Ren. Hello, Blushing Sunshine, welcome. We are doing a little bit more Infinifactory. The block. I can't say why I've decided to name my string a tongue twister. I'm not sure, but I've called it block-based brain melting manufacturing. Blushing Sunshine asks, "What are we cuddling?" This is Blowhigh, our favourite shark plushie. Available from IKEA if you want one of your own. Let's quickly show off the full extent of Blowhigh to Blushing Sunshine. There is a bit of a meme. Blushing Sunshine, I don't know if you've seen the meme about trans people having a Blowhigh plushie, but it is a meme that I play along with. But unironically, they are extremely soft and cuddly and nice to have. Thank you for the emotes, everybody. Blushing Sunshine says, I love your sweater. Thank you. I do have, by the way, in my channel point redemptions. Well, first of all, I have a redemption called Blow High, which makes me go and fetch this shark. Secondly, I have a redeem called Show Outfit, which I go full screen and do a little twirl. Both have been redeemed already this stream, but you're welcome to redeem it again. Yeah, like that.
Blushing Sunshine just redeemed show outfit for 300 points.
Piper says, believe the block-based brain beautiful buster. I think this makes no sense. Thank you for your contribution, Piper. Anyway, Blushing Sunshine has redeemed... Yes, I do. I love the colour of this, and I love the texture on the front as well. And yes. Somehow I've ended up with this rule that I have to wear something floral at all times. So today it's my skirt, and I love the colours of it, and it's very, very spinny. And yeah, don't worry about interrupting the game either, especially when it's Infinifactory, because I don't know what I'm doing anyway. Like, you can't interrupt my train of thought if I don't have one. But yes. I mean, feel free to explore my channel point redeems, but in particular I have like a 10-point Flower of the Day thing, where every time you come to my stream, you get a random wildflower of your choice. And a lot of people have these things where there's a cheap redemption you can do every time you come to the stream, and then the bot just says, "Oh, you got 503 so-and-sos, you've been to all these streams." And it's like, well, I'll make it count how many streams you've gone to, but I'll also make it a bit sort of personalised by having different flowers. Tivago says, block-based brain-busting building. Yes, try saying that 5 times very quickly. Yeah, I wasn't actually going for alliteration in my title, but that is a much better title, Tivago, and I'm sure I'd have twice the viewers if only I'd thought to make that my title. Anyway, I have actually forgotten what I was doing now, but don't worry. I only vaguely knew in the first place. Oh yeah, we need to stick the end of the last piece is going to come down here and needs to get attached to here somehow. How about we go this way and then this way. And then this way. Twice. So actually we need to come this way one more time. And then this way. And then this way. And then we can have welders here. No, not here. Here. Okay. So actually we need to come this way more. Okay, maybe it is more complicated than I thought. I think this works. Except that I want this conveyor here for reasons. Yeah, so the whole thing is going to end up here. And then we feed in this one from the top. Hello, Battler Britain. Thank you for redeeming Ground Ivy as your flower of the day. We're doing a little bit of Infinifactory, and whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it, whether you prefer my phrasing or T-Baggo's, this game is quite hard, and I'm having to think about it a lot. But I think I've more or less done it here. That's going to push in there. Actually, no, because this would now be pushing the wrong way. So these two conveyors will just be pushing against each other. So actually, I haven't quite done it. Let me think about this some more. Yeah, we might actually want to drop it down a level. That might be an easier way of doing it. So if I get rid of all this. Yeah, because then I can put these here. We still want to bring this in. But now we want to bring it in like down here. Hello, Liari. Hope you are having a good weekend. Thank you for redeeming Water Avens as your flower of the day. Okay, this time it's definitely going to work for real, though, I promise. Wait, no, it isn't. Yeah, no, yes, it is. Okay, that comes in there, and then this needs to go here, like that, and then the whole thing needs to come out like that. Okay, I think this will actually work. No. Why is that stuck? Oh, because like that. No, that's not right. I think I just need to slow this piece down slightly. Let us literally slow this piece down by like 2 ticks by doing this. Blushing Sunshine, thank you so much for redeeming your first flower of the day. You have a long-stalked cranesbill. So long-stalked cranesbill actually has a flower very similar to the other cranesbills. Coincidentally, the 1-month sub-badge is a cranesbill. So if you look next to your name, Blushing Sunshine, you have that's basically the long-stalked cranesbill flower. The only difference is it's on a long stalk. The clue is in the name on that one. Right, this is now getting here. Yeah, just slightly later. So now it welds. Okay, look, we did it. We made this thing. I'm fairly sure this is this. So all we need to do now is get it into the output. Okay, well that was only an hour actually, and in fact I was talking for the first 15 minutes, so that was only 45 minutes. Compared to the 2 hours it took me to do the last level, plus another 2 hours off stream redoing it because I didn't like my first solution. I think this one went a bit better. Okay, so that gives us that. Let's just make sure the machine accepts it. Yes, okay. Hopefully, yeah, okay. The other thing that could go wrong is the machine could stop making them. I think it is going to keep making them here. Just speed it up. and we'll see how this solution compares to everyone else's. Last time I was a little disappointed to find out that my solution was more complicated than pretty much every other solution that anyone had ever done. This time... Okay, this time we're sort of middle of the pack. We're a little bit above... we're average on block score. Depends what sort of average. Are you talking about mean, mode, or median? We're above the modal solution. Getting a bit technical now. I'm going to go ahead and call this average. So, yes, as Blushing Sunshine says, we've actually solved a level. We have 2 more to go in this world. We actually only need to solve one of these to get to the mission conclusion, but I will try to solve both if I can. Mag Tube Corridor is the next one. So we're still in this this weird environment, which, as I say, is a health and safety nightmare. We've got sheer drops into lava with no handrails on them. Let's. I might turn up the volume temporarily because I couldn't really hear what the thingy was saying.
Dave and I argue whether anyone noticed our disappearances. It is impossible to know how many humans the overlords took. Dave said it could be millions. If that is true, what are they doing back home? Did anyone else see the lights over my town? Is anyone searching for us? Did our countries join forces to figure it out, or are they blaming one another? Does everyone just think it's a massive conspiracy? When we go back, if we make it back, how will we explain Salvitros's plan? We were abducted by aliens that look like toads, and now these other aliens that look like frogs want you to come back and fight the toad-like ones. Are they even remotely prepared for this back on Earth? Are we?
So yeah, I mean, yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen all of the streams, a little bit of backstory. The game starts with you being abducted by aliens and imprisoned and forced to build factories for your alien overlords. So the whole sort of first campaign, this the name is slightly cut off, but it says Overlord campaign. All these levels are building factories for your alien overlords and getting performance reviews at the end of every stage. But then halfway through the game, a band of rebel prisoners manage to break you out of your cell, and you all escape. And then the resistance campaign begins. And somehow, even though we've escaped from our alien captors, somehow we're still put to work building factories. We are the designated person in the resistance who is having to build all these factories. I guess because we had so much practice with the aliens. But yes, so in the first section, the heist, this is called. I realise my face cam is in the way. This first section is called the heist, where we break into the manufacturing areas that the aliens control and steal all their technology. And then in this section, we are trying to build a spaceship to escape back to Earth and warn them that there's these aliens. But in order to actually build all this stuff, we've had to come to this weird place that the toads, as they're called, control. And they seem to have giant... Somebody said it looks like the Nether in Minecraft, with all this lava. But yes, there are... Oops, fell off. Yes, warning, don't fall off. There is these giant statues everywhere. Right, I don't actually know what we're building this time, so let's go and find out. We are building... a tube, it looks like. So is this made out of... Yeah, this is made out of 2 different materials, isn't it? So these corners are made out of one thing, and the sides are made out of another. Okay, and what is it giving us to work with? Okay, we appear to just have a solid block of metal here. Oh, hang on. No, that's not true. We have 2 solid blocks of metal. We also have this. So... that's the majority of your deaths in games. Yes, me too. I tend to play puzzle games where you can't really die, or if you do die, it just means you have to start solving the puzzle again. But yes, in this game, if you fall off, then you get reset back to where you were, and told not to do it again. So the corners of this are made out of these tubes, as Teabago says, that are coming out of here. And the rest of it is made out of this stuff, which we just receive as one giant block. So we somehow need to assemble that into this. And the first thing I think we want to do is cut the tubes to size, because, yeah, they are 5 blocks across. So... if we make an arrangement like this, this is something we've done quite a lot now, just in order to weld... oh no, we don't need to weld them together actually, they are coming out as one thing. Okay, in that case we need to laser a piece off like this. That should give us a segment of tube of the right length. Yes, like that. And then we can just, yeah, we can just get 4 of these out. While that's going on, we need to be getting 2 slabs like that and 2 vertical slabs like that. I think we can probably get all of that out at the same time. From this. So once again, it needs to be 5 blocks long, and we don't want the corners, and we don't want the middle. So if I just make like a laser grid here that removes the bits we don't want, which is going to be these bits, and then have that triggered when something hits here. Have a conveyor here to remove it, and then count 5 blocks, which is there, and have a bunch of lasers here to actually cut it off. We also need to connect those to the same button. And then this button attaches to all of these. Okay, does this do what we want? No. Oh, We didn't actually connect all the lasers. There we go. It's not actually removing the other pieces. Hang on. So we should be getting 2 vertical pieces and 2 horizontal pieces. Okay, yes, we are getting the right pieces out. And we somehow need to arrange them into this shape. And bring in a bunch of these as well. This is where it gets difficult, because we need to sort of visualize how all this is going to fit together. Well, we might as well just build it here next to where it's going to go. So let's say that we build it here. And if we drop everything in from above, we should just be able to have a bunch of welders on this side to stick everything together. No, that needs to be 5, not 4. So yeah, that would work for sticking everything together, and then we just need to extract it from here and put it in there. The tricky bit is now going to be getting all of these pieces to drop into here in the right order, in the right places. So the first thing we'd want to put in would be 2 of these little tubes and a big flat sheet. So that would need to go here. No, 1 over from that here. I might do that same thing where I line up 4 of them and then send them all out the right way. So 1, 1 there, that's 5, and then 5, and 5, and then 5, okay. And when we press a button here, send them all off. So we've already arranged for 1 to drop in there. But we actually need to drop 2 here, 1 after the other. So maybe this one would be better dropped in at the bottom. Also need to put 1 at the bottom on the other side. You actually drop this down immediately, because then I can send this over. Oops. Drop that on the other side. Actually, no, we don't want to drop it there. We want to drop it here on the other side. Okay, so drop it. Drop it there. Then the next one comes round here. Drops here. And finally, we drop a second one on that side, which we can do like this. Okay, let's just make sure those all end up in the right places. No. Oh, I did that wrong. These need to be blank. Not like that. Okay. Yeah, so these are all in the right place. We just need to drop these ones in between with the appropriate timing. So, what order do they actually come off here? We get a vertical one first, then a flat one, then another flat one, then another vertical one. Okay. So the first vertical one can go on this side, which is there. It would be nice if this flat one wasn't sat on top of the other flat one. We need some way to unstack those. I wonder if we just drop it down slightly, if that will work. No, that did not unstack them. What if we drop it down further? Okay, that works. Right, so now it's 4 separate pieces, which makes things a bit easier. So at the point that this piece gets here, we'd like to trigger the other pieces to go somewhere. But actually, let me just check. This piece can't arrive until the bottom tube arrives, and I think it's getting there too early right now. Yes. It's all getting there too early. Okay. What is this taking so long, actually? Oh, I did this wrong. Yeah, it keeps slicing off pieces after it's done. We actually need to move this out the way of the laser as soon as it comes in. So like that. But still with a button here and a laser here. So actually all of this needs to go forward a block. It's okay. Okay, then it can immediately start making the next one. Then it won't be delayed quite as long. This, it's still going to get there too slowly, but it won't be quite as bad. Okay, maybe we just want to send these pieces on a magical journey before they get there. Let's do that. Send them all over here. And then send them all back again. Okay, well, that's almost correct. It's just getting there slightly too early now. I think it might actually be better to have this one be on top and this one be underneath. Actually, no, that's not better because it's crashed into the side of this. Whoops. Okay, just have it one block higher, that will be fine. Once again, very ominous architecture. There's a stairway here that just goes down to death. You and your niece are both watching Blushing Sunshine. Well, hello, Blushing Sunshine's niece. Hope you're having a great weekend. And yeah, we're trying to tackle this rather tricky factory building puzzle game. This is almost right. Look, we've got this stacked on top of this, stacked on top of this, which is like what this side is supposed to look like. So we're making progress. But yes, sorry, this game might not make much sense to somebody who's never seen it before. We're trying to build a factory to assemble these tubes using the ingredients we're given, which is a lump of metal and another lump of metal. Yes. You get as far as understanding it's a factory, I suppose. And oh, I've just realised this part doesn't actually work because the wide blocks are falling off the conveyor completely. Whoops. Can I do this? Yeah, we can bring these in early because they go in the middle. And then we can potentially route them a different way. That would be nice. Okay, let's try that. So this goes here. But now there's not enough height here to fit the other blocks in, so we need to move this down. Oops. Pressed the wrong button there. Yes, as I said last week, I don't know how good of a game this is for viewers because it is mostly Emma struggles for 2 hours to figure out what she needs to do. And then we have a break, and then Emma struggles for 2 more hours on another puzzle. Mac is heading off. No problem, Mac. Thank you for dropping by. Medicine makes me sleepy as always. Okay. Well, that's fine. We understand and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Okay, yeah, so now we're dropping the thin pieces down this little slot here. And we're taking the big wide pieces this way. And dropping them down into the middle. Now this piece can just go straight down. The other piece needs to wait though. So, okay, one piece going down. That's going in the middle where it belongs. Okay. This piece is going on that side. Which is correct. Ah, this is getting here too early. This piece here needs to be underneath this piece. So, the detour that we're sending these pieces on is not long enough. We need to go a bit further. Fortunately, we can build like all the way out here, and until this goes red, we can build. So we can do like this. Actually, it probably doesn't need to be that far. Probably there is fine. Okay. Yeah, so that we just need this to get here before this, and it's just barely getting there in time now. Then this will drop down on top. Okay, there. So we've actually made like half of it now. We've got the flat bit at the bottom. We've got two dark bits in the corners. We've got this side, and we've got the top corner. What we need to do now is get the other side into the right place. The two sides are coming together on the same conveyor. So I think we just need to figure out when this one gets there. Yeah, this is the point where you have to step through the factory in slow motion to figure it out. We want to detect when it's here, which will be when that's there. So if we put a button here that's going to pick up on this getting here and then connect that to a pusher. To push the other one to where it needs to go, which is going to be here. I think this works. So this pusher should push at just the right moment. Yeah, okay, it doesn't work because but it pushes at the right time. It should push it there. Right, does this work? Ah! Block just dropped on my head. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Do that. Yeah, we can do that and put that there. Actually, that might be better. Oh, no. Okay, now that's slightly too late arriving. So we need to go and make this shorter. We are getting there. We are slowly getting there. Okay. So we now have the two sides of the cube. Unfortunately, this side dropped in too late. It dropped in after the top right corner dropped in. So we need to slow down the top right corner. That's this piece. So we can delay that piece by making it do a wiggle. If you imagine that this emote is the piece, this is what we're going to make it do. So hopefully should fix the timing. Yeah, so this is going to do a little wiggle. And it's still going to drop in too fast, actually. Okay, that wasn't a big enough of a wiggle. Big wiggle. Okay, this is the biggest wiggle I can do before I run out of space. So hopefully that's a big enough wiggle. Okay, that is a big enough wiggle. In fact, that's slightly too big of a wiggle. Yeah, we can make the wiggle smaller than that. Right. There we go. We are very, very close. We have the 4 corners. We have 3 of the 4 sides. We almost have this. We just need the top. And the top is right up here, waiting to be dropped down. We just need to get the timing right on when to drop it down. What I think we should probably do is detect when it arrives and send it off on a little journey like we're doing with these pieces. If we send it off on a little loop, and then it will get there at just the right time, hopefully. Then what we need to do is put a button here, connect it to a pusher here, and then our little loop can be here. And I don't know how long this needs to be, but we'll start with this long, and if that doesn't work, we'll change it. And then it needs to come out there. Okay, need to get this lined up. Yep, so this one's going off around this little loop. That gives time for everything else to arrive before it drops down. At least in theory. It's actually still getting there too fast. So, make the loop bigger. Oops. Okay, it's very slightly too fast. Actually, yeah, these 2 loops are going to end up being almost the same size, almost as if I planned this. I didn't plan this, but it's almost like I did. Almost. It's 1 block too low, hang on. This looks more promising. Look at that. Everything falling into place all at the same time. There, right, we've made the thing. Only problem now is we need to actually, like, remove it from here and put it in here. Now the way we can do that is to have a pusher. Actually, yeah, I was going to say have a pusher here, but we can't have a pusher here because we need a button there to detect when the last piece comes in. And then a pusher here. And then connect them together. Except that won't work because the top comes in the same way. Okay. Actually, no, that's okay, because when the top comes in, there won't be anything at the bottom to push. So yeah, the top can come in, and then when the bottom can come in, and then when the top comes in, it should push it out the way. There. Hooray! We've made a thing. Now this machine will tell us if we've made the wrong thing or not. Okay, we've made the right thing because it counted down to 9. We do now need to make 9 more of them. And that depends on how well we've synchronized the machine. And the answer is not very well because this is actually stuck. It's not making any more. It's not making any more stuff. What went wrong up here? Okay, so we made that. Then what happened? Oh, it busted out bits here, which it shouldn't have done. Okay, that is a problem. Oh right, because there's like a layer here. Yeah, there's one block's worth of stuff inside this frame. So when this laser fires, it actually detaches that as well, which then means this switch isn't hit the next time round. I think this is still savable. We just need to move the switch here instead. Okay, yeah, there we go. Right, now it should keep producing parts. No, there is one problem though. It's producing the parts too quickly. The parts for the second cube are already arriving before the first cube is finished. Because it's still waiting on this bit. Yeah, okay. We probably need to operate this on a timer then instead. So rather than having a switch here, we have a timer that tells us how often to make these parts. Let's put the timer up here. We've got all this space up here, we might as well use it for something. So we have a timing circuit like this, and we just need to match this timing to the timing of this thing. And then we have the switch at this end, and then that's connected to all these lasers. Like that. Obviously we need to wait till everything's here, so... No, it needs to be longer than that. But not as long as that. Nearly there. Okay, so now we have control over exactly how many of these pieces we make and how often. And the idea is we don't make new pieces until we're ready. So at the point that that fires, we've just made the first block over here. Okay, and then second, third, fourth, and then next one. So at this point we need to fire it again, which means this needs to be a lot longer actually. Okay. 3, 4, and then... Okay, that is slightly too long, but only slightly, so here. So the point where the laser fires, this has just moved off of the off of there. So we want to arrange that next time the laser fires, the fifth one has just moved off, which is there. Okay, fifth one is not quite ready yet, so if I wanted to be fancy, I could count the cycles. I mean, down in the bottom right corner, it is counting which cycle I'm on. So I could just count the numbers and then build that many conveyors. But honestly, it's easier to just build it about the right size and then adjust it. So this is the fifth one now. Yes, that's synchronized now. So this should now make cubes, correctly synchronized. We shall find out if that works. First one should still work because that's the same as before. The tricky bit is now the next cube should also, everything should arrive at the right time. And then every cube from then on should also arrive at the right time. Yes, okay. So I know I've got it right because this block is one block below this block, which is the same as it was on the previous one. So now this machine should be able to run forever. We don't need it to run forever, we only need to run it 10 times. But yeah, I think the game makes you make 10 of everything to sort of prove that you've made a machine that will run continuously. If the machine works 10 times in a row, it's probably going to keep working. Oh, having said that, it doesn't work now. Right, it worked twice in a row. It worked twice in a row, and then... Why is this not moving? Why is this not pushing the blocks out? Maybe I need a conveyor here so it actually pushes the blocks out. That doesn't make sense. So we made the first lot, and then after a while we made the second lot. Why are these not coming? Why is this not coming out? What have I done? Why is this stuck? That doesn't make any sense. Look, here it's pushing it out on its own, and then I do that, and then it's still coming out on its own. And then after a while I do that. And now it's not coming out on its own? What's going on here? Why doesn't this work? I don't know, maybe if I move all of this over so that it gets sliced off here. Well, actually, for the sake of simplicity, if I just add another row of lasers. I could move this whole section over by one block, but I could also just do this. Let's see if that helps. Oops. Okay, so first one works, second one works, and then what? Okay, no, it's still not pushing it out. I'm a bit confused. I honestly don't know why this isn't working. This should be getting pushed out by the block behind. What if I don't remove the corners here? This obviously isn't going to produce the right shape now. It's just going to produce a cube with a hole in it. But does this fix the machine? Okay, now it's running. Interesting. So doing those lasers is okay, but doing the other ones isn't. Okay. What if I just do the top corners and not the bottom corners? Does it work then? Obviously the shape is still wrong. No. Okay, so as soon as I laser one of those corners, it stops working. That's really annoying. That could ruin my whole solution, unfortunately. Not sure why that's happening. Well, okay, let's continue to time this off of this and have it only do the middle. Yeah, so far everything, like the game mechanics of this game have been quite intuitive, but this seems to be broken. Which is a shame. Wow, we have a raid. Hello Pro Stoic and your party of 21 viewers. Welcome in. Thank you for choosing me as your raid target. I hope you had a good stream. Everybody who is not already following Pro Stoic, the world's first and possibly only Stoic VTuber, I highly encourage you to drop them a follow. Let me do a quick shout out to Pro Stoic. There we go. I couldn't say enough neat things about you. Well, thank you, Pro Stoic. And to the raiders, welcome. My name is Emma. It sounds like Pro Stoic has already said a bunch of things about me, but just to fill you in, if you've not watched my content before, welcome. I usually stream puzzle games every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, starting around 8 PM UK time, which is 3 PM Eastern time. Right now on Fridays we do Dwarf Romantic, which is a lovely chill puzzle game. Sundays is currently my viewer request slot, so anybody for the low price of 10,000 channel points can choose any game and I will play it on stream. And Saturdays is when I play whatever I feel like playing, which is currently Infinifactory, which is a block-based factory building puzzle game which is rather difficult. We are getting towards the end of the game. We're on the second to last world of the campaign, and we are struggling with some of these factories. But if that's the sort of thing you might enjoy, feel free to stick around and drop a follow. Welcome in No Flow Faux Show, and it's the Marsh who says, how do you like this game? I have it but haven't played it. I've played Infiniminer. So yes, this is a Zachtronics puzzle game. Zachtronics had a particular brand of puzzle games, I think, where they're sort of optimization puzzles where you build something and then the something you've built is compared against everyone else's solutions, and you get little histograms and can compete with your friends and stuff. This is probably my favourite Zachtronics game. It is obviously a 3D block-based environment, similar to Minecraft, as it's the Marsh says. And yeah, these are conveyor belts, and these are lasers that can weld things together, and you're basically building a factory. Yeah, I definitely enjoy it. I would only recommend it if you like hard puzzle games, because it is definitely a hard puzzle game. So Infiniminer, I think, was... I don't know if it just didn't ever finish development or if it was just only supposed to be a very simple game. It's definitely much more complex than Infiniminer. I suspect it shares the same engine up to a point because it's a 3D block-based environment. Zachtronics did not create Minecraft. That is somewhat of a popular misconception. Zachtronics created Infiniminer, which was part of the inspiration for developing Minecraft. Because it's a 3D environment where you can place and remove blocks, much like this game is. However, it didn't have crafting recipes or an infinite procedurally generated world or any of the other things that Minecraft has apart from mining. So, at best, it was the inspiration for half of Minecraft. But yes, I do get what you mean. So in this level, which I will stress is one of the more complicated levels, we have a machine here that is pumping out these solid cubes of metal, which we have to cut to size. Another machine at this end is making these tubes of metal, which we are also cutting to size. And the objective is to assemble this, which is a sort of hollow tube made out of bits of both. And all the levels are sort of following the same sort of pattern, starting with very simple recipes and building up to more and more complicated ones. And as I say, we are probably about 7 or 8 levels from the end of the game, so we are getting to the very complicated part now. Hello, Little Lil, welcome in, good to see you. I just discovered, shortly before the raid came in, that this part of the machine was not working. What I was trying to do was cut out all the pieces I needed for this cube, all in one step, by having a bunch of lasers here to cut out the middle, and then also lasers in the corner to cut out the corners. And that didn't work. It made 2 cubes and then broke. So what I'm now doing is cutting out a cube with a hole in it like this. And what I'm hoping I can do is then cut out the 4 corners after that. So I need to rebuild this part of my factory, unfortunately. So if we arrange for the cube to come here, and then position lasers in the 4 corners. And then just activate the lasers when something touches this, which will signify that a block has come in. And then you need to use these wires to connect it all together. We can then... we can do what we did before, which is just conveyor everything this way, and then we're sorting the wide pieces from the narrow pieces by dropping the narrow pieces down a hole in the conveyor. So we just leave a 1 block wide hole here, and then arrange for that to come through there. Whoops. Remember that gravity is a thing, and we do actually need to support this piece. Okay, so that's going to come through there. That's going to trigger. Fire the lasers, split it into 4 pieces. The 4 pieces then get sorted into wide and narrow pieces. The narrow pieces come this way. This narrow piece goes round this loop to delay it, while the first wide piece goes straight here. This is the area where we're assembling our product. So the first piece to drop in is this. Then, if I've timed everything right, all the other pieces should arrive in exactly the right sequence to create our final structure. So all the pieces are going to drop down and they should all weld themselves together like that. And that's the finished product. Oops, fell off the thing. The challenge then is getting the machine to run 10 more times in a row without breaking. Let's see. That's where we fell over last time. It made 2 of them and then it broke. Let's see if it can make more than 2. Speed things up here. Okay, that's 3. Yeah, I think we fixed it now. So this is the whole factory. It's an overview. Most of these conveyor belts are actually just timing everything to drop at the same time. The whole factory can only work at the speed of its slowest part, so that's what is happening. And once we complete the level, we sort of get evaluated based on how well everyone else did. Like this. So on the left is how fast we completed it compared to other people. You can change down here where it says input rate. You can change how fast the blocks came in. I didn't bother changing how fast the blocks came in. It looks like if you sped it up a bit, then you could complete it faster. This is how much space I took up, and this is how many blocks I used. Rather like last time with the cube puzzle, I was not very good. I took up too much space and too many blocks. But honestly, I don't care. We completed a level. So that's 2 levels we completed today in just under 2 hours. I'll take it. Hello, Nespa. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming a bell, Heather, as your flower of the day. And you've been lurking, but also came in with the raid. That is amazing. I hope you were enjoying Pro Stoic's content over on his channel. And hello to both of you, I guess, if you're now here twice. Unfortunately, Twitch will still only count you as 1 viewer. But thank you very much for being here. We now only have 1 puzzle left in this world before the mission conclusion. We can skip ahead to the mission conclusion, but I would quite like to complete all the levels if I can. So we have Solar Cell Array mission conclusion, and then after that we have 1 more world. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and there are 5 levels in that world. So we have 6 levels to go in the game, hopefully. Let's see what this level is about. Thank you, says Nespa. Wow, okay. We are building this. So, I guess these are meant to be solar panels. And we've got stacks of 3 of them. We've got 9 stacks of 3, so 27 solar panels, and then this 5x5 plate at the bottom. So yeah, I think this is the biggest thing we've had to build so far, in terms of how many blocks it's made out of. What ingredients do we have to work with? Okay, we have these. So, this is a nice throwback. This is something we built earlier in the game. Yeah, so it's interesting that we're sort of disassembling something that we had to build earlier in the game. Tibago says, I'm back. Sorry, small fire in the flats. Everything is fine. Oh dear. Well, glad to hear that everything is fine, Tibago. Yes, no, don't worry at all. We got a raid while you were gone, but it's okay. I did the shout out myself. Yes, well, like Harry says. Okay, so for the solar panels, we're disassembling these. For the base of it, it looks like we're just getting some metal out of here. Yeah, which we can use to make the base ourselves. But it's not going to be as simple as just extracting a 5x5 base from this machine here, because we have to weld these solar panels to the base using these welder blocks. And there would be no way to attach the middle solar panel to the base if we made the base all as one thing. So what I think we'll need to do is make the base as a series of 5x5 strips. Or possibly actually we could make it as a 5x2. So we could make this like an L shape of the solar panels and 2 blocks of base, and then solar panels and 2 blocks of base, and solar panels and 2 blocks of base, and just trim off the
just
last piece of the
drink
base.
quarter for 100 points.
Okay. I thought my alerts were fixed, but that stayed on the screen an awfully long time.
LT Bago just redeemed stretch for 100 points.
Yeah, I can probably speed up my alerts. Not sure why they're doing that. But thank you for redeeming drink, water and stretch. This is probably a good time to do it before I get too much into the next level. So...
LT Bago just redeemed read from botany book for 1000 points. Sneezewort, sneezeweed, bastard pellitory, European.
Okay, well, the TTS didn't manage to read all of that out. Thank you, Tibago, for redeeming read from botany book and continuing to choose plants that have a lot of common names. I'm assuming you chose this one because one of its common names is bastard pellitory. I tried increasing the length of the TTS, but that just seemed to increase the length of all the alerts. You'll notice that the drink, water and stretch stayed on the screen for quite a long time. I'm not sure how to make it set the length of the alert to be equal to the length of the TTS. Which you'd think would be the default, but never mind. Yes, we have a request for Sneezewort, Sneezeweed, Bastard Pellitory, European Pellitory, Fair Maid of France, Goose Tongue, Sneezewort Yarrow, Wild Pellitory, White Tansy, or its Latin name, Achillea ptarmica. Yes, Tibago, I'll get that ready for you as soon as I've done these stretches. Oh, I needed that. A reminder that hydration and stretching is important for everybody, not just streamers. So please make sure that you are hydrated and stretched yourselves. Crunch. Yes, the crunches did happen there. Let me just fix my hair quickly. These clips don't work very well because they're supposed to clip to the hair underneath and there isn't any hair underneath, so I do my best. let's get the botany book. For anyone who hasn't seen it before, for a mere 1,000 channel points, I will indulge my passion of botany by looking up a plant in this giant thing and telling you all about it. Apologies for the wobble. I need to fix my desk. I think dropping books on it has made it very wobbly. First thing we need to do is look up Sneezewort. 1020. There we go. I will also get up a picture of Sneezewort so that we all know what we are dealing with. Gotta get the redeem in before 2 hours if you don't want a Teabago choice. Exactly. But you're the only one who ever redeems it, so we're stuck with the Teabago choices. I'm sure there are other people out there with 1,000 channel points, but maybe they're not British and therefore don't really know what plant to redeem. But if that is the case, fear not. You don't have to choose a plant. You can always just give me a random page number from the book, and I'll do that instead. Okay, here is a good picture of Sneezewort flowers. And with a few simple button presses, I can present it to you. There we go. So yes, a big flower head in the middle and little white petals. A bit like Daisy, but the flower head itself is white, almost the same colour as the petals. The petals are quite an interesting shape as well. They kind of look like mini sporks, I think. Let's see what the book has to say about it. Sneezewort. A perennial herb of damp or wet, infertile acidic habitats on a wide range of soils including fen and water meadows, rush pasture, marshes, stream sides, wet heath, springs and flushes on hill slopes, and occasionally in blanket, bog and wet woodland. It is also occasionally found as a garden escape, or planting, sometimes as a double-flowered form, in churchyards and on roadsides and waste ground. A native in Britain and Ireland, and a neophyte in the Channel Islands. So it's been introduced to the Channel Islands by human activity. It has declined since the 1960s, especially in southern England, mostly due to drainage and habitat destruction, as a result of changes in agricultural management. It is now a notable species in many lowland areas and often listed as a rare species. Elsewhere, its distribution appears to be stable or even increasing, for example in the Highlands of Scotland and Ireland. Although this may be due to more systematic recording rather than the genuine increase. So, in summary, it's a plant that likes wet areas of poor fertility, and since the majority of land in the UK is farmland, there are two practices that make it difficult for this plant to persist in large areas of the country, which are the uses of fertilisers to make the land more fertile and the creation of drainage ditches to drain land for agriculture. This happens in most of southern England, but there are areas of the Highlands and Ireland that are more rural. Where this has not happened, the land hasn't been totally converted to farmland, and this plant still finds places to grow. Tibago adds, when chewed, it produces a numbing, tingling effect in the mouth. It's sometimes used in herbal medicine to relieve toothache or ulcers and as a culinary herb. Okay, I did know it was used as a herb. I didn't know it was a remedy for toothache or ulcers. That's interesting to know. Yes, whilst I am full of knowledge about the botanical side of wild plants, I can't always tell you anything about what else you can do with them besides look at them and try and preserve their habitats. Turns out, you can eat them and you can use them to treat toothache due to numbing effect. Also, like many other plants, it's a Fibonacci sequence plant. Okay, yes, I think Tibago is referring to the head in the middle here. Quite often, if you try to count the number of rows or columns, you come up with a Fibonacci number. And yes, that is the case for many plants. It's more obvious the bigger the head is, like sunflowers, for example, with the big head. You can count them quite easily. But pretty much any composite flower, which is where you've got the tiny little flowers in the middle and then bigger petals around the edge, which is Asteraceae, which is one of the biggest families of flowering plants. So there's thousands and thousands of such species. Pretty much they will all follow that pattern. I will show you a distribution map. This will show you where in Britain and Ireland it can be found. It is something that I have recorded myself in Somerset. It's not particularly common in Somerset though. Again, because we're in southern England, the land has been converted to farmland. So here is the distribution, and you can see it's much more common in the north, in Scotland. These large areas of records around urban places are mostly going to be garden escapes or deliberate planting on road verges. Although some of it will be nature reserves and the like, especially here. Like this is the Peak District, so it might be growing naturally there. But yes, it is mostly confined to the north, and some parts of Ireland have a lot of it. But you do get it. Notably, it seems like you get it on the Lizard in Cornwall, and you do get it a little bit in Somerset. I'm pretty sure at least some of these were me. Yeah, so these dots are colour-coded by how recent the records are, and I'm pretty sure these dark ones were all me. I definitely remember being here and finding this one. This map doesn't go into much detail, but I can tell you exactly where the one plant I found of that one is. So yeah, I noticed that the book said it was a neophyte in the Channel Islands, but doesn't actually appear to be in the Channel Islands. By the way, this covers Britain and Ireland. It does include the Channel Islands, even though there are no records for European countries such as France. The Channel Islands, which are down here, are part of the UK. And if I were to choose something like common nettle, you would see those areas shaded in. So it's interesting that the book mentioned the Channel Islands specifically, and then they don't seem to be there. But anyway, that was Sneezewort. Thank you once again, El Tibago, for the redeem. Let me just quickly put the books back. Wiki does say it's scattered in North America and West Asia too. Yes, so I believe it's native to Europe and West Asia. However, a lot of native European plants have found their way to North America via human activity. And in some cases they're invasive and in some cases they're not. And you just get scattered records of them, which I think is the case for this one. But yes, thank you for providing all that extra information, Tibago. Obviously, I could go and look in all my books and tell you all sorts of things, but I try to keep the botany segment down to about 10 to 15 minutes. So, yes, thank you for providing that extra information. We shall return to... no, not that. We shall return to Infinifactory. There we go. Let's have Blowhigh back as well, because why not? Always better when you have a Blowhigh with you. No, not back to botany, back to Infinifactory. Well, hopefully we can finish this level today and thereby finish this world of the campaign, leaving us with just one more world, which is probably still going to be 2 or 3 streams, but yeah. I know this game isn't everybody's cup of tea, so I would still like to finish it having come this far, but I understand some people might be eager to move on to something else. Now, annoyingly with these, because I'm looking at it and thinking, well, we've got 3 blocks here of solar panel, and we need 3 blocks here. But I don't believe it's actually possible to rotate like that. We do have rotators, but you can only place them like this. You can't place them sideways in order to rotate. If you try and visualize taking this and trying to rotate it to be vertical, I don't think you can do that. Which means we actually need to... I think we need to remove the middle solar panel, leaving 4 of them, and then use those 4 to assemble stacks of 3. So let me think how that would work. I mean, we can start off just by removing this central piece completely. Yeah, and then just bringing out the solar panels, because we don't need any of that middle part. What we can then do is bring the solar panel this way, and actually no, we should bring it out first. Bring it out first and then bring it this way. Just thinking how to do this. Like this, I think, and then remove the middle one. Like that. Yeah. Okay. Then we can start building these stacks of them. How do I want to do that? We can't just do the usual thing where we push them along and then have a button at the end. Excuse me, I think I've itched my own nose with my own hair, which is very silly of me. Yeah, how do we want to make 3 at a time? Maybe... Thank you, T-Bagger. Maybe if we have a thing like this. That would, yeah, that would make 3. And then if we put welders here. Okay, yeah, this works to make stacks of 3. Okay, good. So that gives us a machine for making stacks of 3 of these. We then wanted to cut out 5 by 2 pieces of this material. So we'd want a laser here to cut off the piece when it reached here. Actually, that can just go there. Yes. Okay, so that makes a 5 by 2 piece. Then we want to take that 5 by 2 piece and 3 stacks of solar panels and stick one onto the other. So if we bring this out here, how do we want to do this? I think we actually want to rotate this panel once we've made it. Yeah, like that. Let me send it this way a bit. And then arrange to drop solar panels down onto this in the correct places. Let's try and time this for when we're going to have 3 ready. It's about here. So we have one here, and one here. And then, well, it's going to be a conveyor. Once this one reaches here, we want to trigger pushers on the other 2 to push them off. And then all 3 should drop down at the same time and fall into the right places. Connect that up. Which will be here. And also need to actually weld them. Like this. Hello, Quinn has wings. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good weekend. We are playing a little bit of Infinifactory, the block-based brain-melting manufacturing game. Thank you for redeeming a Gelder Rose as your flower of the day. And yes, pointing out that Gelder is a word in the Collins Dictionary. I mean, that sort of makes sense. It is a wildflower found in the UK, so makes sense it would be in the UK Scrabble Dictionary. Don't know if it has any algorithms? Anagrams. Don't know if it has any anagrams, and I'm sure Quinn would tell me if it did. Let me see how the timing on this machine is looking. Okay. The solar panels are getting there a bit late, so we can perhaps sort it out by moving this along. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Welcome in. So good to have you here. Thank you for redeeming a smooth hawksbid. 39 flowers now. We're almost at 40. I have to have some sort of celebration, Matcha, when you get to 40 flowers. Quinn says it does anagram to grilled and re-glued. And it's only an adjective, so no S. Yes, gelders is not a word. Look at Quinn showing off their Scrabble knowledge, which is extensive, as you can see. Immediately coming up with anagrams of the word gelder. You and Macho, yeah, okay, yes. I thought you might be. Yes, so Heron to Birds, who is a fellow streamer and Scrabble player, was streaming a tournament today. Okay, she's currently doing the prizes. Well, I hope the tournament went well. Unfortunately, I was with family today, so I wasn't able to catch any of it, but I will definitely watch back the VOD afterwards. Hope everybody had fun there. And yes, I'm sure that's where the Scrabble people are today. Okay, let's see how the timing is looking on this now. Okay, it's gonna be close. It's like one tick too late. This is one tick too late. Actually, could I mess up with the input rate? What happens if I speed up the input rate on this? Is that going to mess with the timing? Matcha Catcher says, how is the progress so far? Oh, in the stream in general? If I go back here. So the last puzzle we did in the previous stream was this structural frame. This is the one where my solution wasn't very good and I'd used more blocks than just about everyone. 441. So I ended up going back off stream and coming up with a different solution, which was slower but used far fewer blocks. So it was a much simpler solution overall, and it looks like I did about average on that one. Today we've solved 2 puzzles so far, this one and this one. This one, once again, my solution was terrible in terms of how much space it took up. But I decided to ignore that and continue on to the last puzzle in this world, which is building this thing. Right now I'm just struggling to get the timing right. I've got a piece here that makes these and a bit up here that makes these, and I really want to make both at the same time, and I'm not quite managing that right now. Still not managing that right now. But why is this here? Why is this block here? What's happening up here? Why is this not working? Oh, okay. We are literally making these blocks too fast. Okay. I think I need to put a barrier up here to stop that happening. Hello, Alvino, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi. Thank you for choosing me as your raid target for your party of 6 viewers. For anybody who has not been here before, welcome. My name is Emma. I mostly stream puzzle games every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, starting around 8 PM UK time or 3 PM Eastern time. Right now we are playing Infinifactory, which is a block-based brain-melting manufacturing puzzle game I'm trying to build a factory, and it's sort of not working, but we'll get there, I promise. Right now, on Fridays I'm playing Dorfromantik, which is a nice cosy puzzle game, and on Sundays I do viewer requests. For just 10,000 channel points, I will play a game of your choice, and I'm currently playing Cosmic Express, which is another quite difficult game about making trains in space. Matcha says you were doing the Mario Kart, referring, I assume, to our raiding friend who who does not say VOD, so I can't see what they were streaming, but it sounds like it was Mario Kart, in which case that sounds like a ton of fun, and you should definitely follow them. So thank you, Matcha, for confirming that. Oops. Get back to the game here. Yes, I don't have a feature on my bots yet where it will just tell you what game somebody was streaming when you do a shout out. I usually go and cheat and look at VODs, but yeah. We are currently trying to get the timing right on this part of the factory. I'm making these solar panels and I need them to drop down at the same time as this block comes past. And there we go, that's what I was trying to do. As long as they land at exactly the right moment, then we have a complete part for the output. Yes, I have a function to mispronounce your name, Matt. I'm going to get your priorities straight. Now then, how do I actually... I now need to actually get it... I need to put 3 of these together and then put it in the output. So let's see about doing that. Conveyor here. And then we need to build up 3 sets of pieces and then push it out at the end and eviscerate off this extra section that we're going to have. So just stick this here to do that. And if we then just stick welders all along the back here to stick the sections together, I think that will do it. So that will be a section, that will be a section, and that will be a section. So yes, welders in this configuration should be sufficient. Okay, let's see if that actually works. So those are going to drop down, hit that, that's going to come down here. Now, does the next one fall with the correct timing? No. Okay. So, usually in this game the inputs are synchronized, i.e. the game is set up so that the material coming out of here is coming out at the same rate as things are coming out of here. Meaning that we can make... we should be able to make both at the same time. Like, if I put +0, then this should come out, and if I put +1, then this will come out faster, but this will also come out faster. And if I put +2, then it will come out even faster. That doesn't seem to be working. The solar panels are coming out faster than the base, and I don't know why that is. Welcome in, Skanana. Hope you are having a great weekend. I dropped a heart from Shelley's stream. Sorry to hear that. Matcha is also a Shelley enjoyer, as you can see from that emote. Shelley is a big fan of rainbow emotes. No surprise. Matcha, yes, one of them does have to travel a longer distance. The point is, the cycle from here, so at this moment here, oh, hang on, I've got the rate set wrong, +1. So at this point here, the 2 bits are in sequence. So the top machine has given us 3 of these in the same time as the bottom machine has given us 1 of those. But now if I continue, then we get 3 more of these before this gets here. So this is running slower. It's not just a case of it's got further to go. Scanana says, Archangel, is that a real flower? That sounds awesome. Yes, there are quite a few flowers, especially wildflowers, whose common names do sound like made-up things. There's one called Enchanter's Nightshade, which sounds like an ingredient from a potion or something like that, but it is a real plant. Yes, Yellow Archangel is actually a garden plant as well as a wildflower. The version that you find in the wild has leaves similar to a stinging nettle's leaves, except they don't sting, and a big spike of yellow flowers. The garden variety has the same spike of yellow flowers, but the leaves are actually silver. Not completely silver, it's called variegated, where there's green but with silver patches. And it's like the Latin name is argentatum or something like that, which obviously means silver. So yes, all the flowers that you can redeem through my channel point command are real, I promise, and one day soon I do hope to do a proper botany stream where I get to show you what all of those flowers look like. Anyway, so this machine, if the bottom and top pieces are not synchronized, what I think I'll have to do is trigger the top section when this bottom section gets to the right place. So what that means is if I arrange this like this, and then have these 3 pushes triggered by a sensor that's linked to this, so instead of triggering this just when it gets full, trigger it when a block comes past. So if I put a sensor, for example, here and connect it to this wire, then when the block comes past, that should trigger these to fall down. Yeah, okay. Quinn says, oh gosh, I would love a botany stream. Yes, Quinn, that has always been my intention since I started streaming, to do botany streams at some point. But it's been the winter, and it's been cold and dark, and there's been no flowers, and I haven't had time in evenings to go out, because I work full-time as a software developer, nothing to do with botany. It's purely something I do as a hobby, so I have to do it whatever hours I have spare outside of work. In the summer, hopefully, I will be going out to nature reserves and recording footage of the plants, and then I'll try and compile that into a stream where I talk about wildflowers and how to identify them. I did consider trying to do a proper live stream broadcast in the field, if you like, from a nature reserve, but the problem is my mobile internet here is not very good. 5G has not reached us yet. Nature reserves tend to be in the middle of nowhere with poor phone service, so I don't think I would actually be able to do a stream in the field. But yeah, it was actually Shelley, I think, who had the idea of record some footage and then commentate over it on stream. So I will do that at some point this summer, and I'll let you know in the Discord. By the way, if anyone's not in my Discord and would like to be, here is the Discord link. But I will announce it there, as well as on my Twitch schedule, when I'm going to do those streams. Scanana asks, I'm not allowed to know the poison flowers, but maybe you could teach me the healing flowers. It's not so much that you're not allowed to know the poison flowers, it's that you... Your motives seemed suspicious when you were asking about them last time, Scanana. It sounded like you wanted a way to kill somebody using a poison flower, which is obviously not something I recommend. Well, an example of a healing flower is the redeem we had today. I think you actually arrived, Scanana, slightly too late. About half an hour ago, we had our botany segment, and we talked about Sneezewort, which the name suggests that it's suitable for treating sneezes, but it isn't. But it has a numbing effect, so it can be used to treat toothache and stuff like that. So that's a good example of a healing plant. Yeah, I mean, maybe watch back the VOD and check around the 2 hour mark. That was when we were doing that little segment. Yeah, I mean, like, you're allowed to know the poison flowers. For example, there's a plant called Deadly Nightshade. No prizes for guessing that one is poisonous based on the name. Quinn says, makes sense, I'll look forward to it. Thank you, Quinn. Right, why did this not work again? I'm sure we just... Oh, it's releasing too early. Yeah, okay. I need to move this over to... I think here is the right place, but I could be wrong. That is still the wrong place. Oh. These need to be conveyors, that's why, sorry. There we go. Okay, yeah. So these should now rearrange themselves. But it won't release automatically when it's full. It will wait for this button to be hit, and only then will it release. And that should synchronize. Yeah, there we go. So now that's made a second piece. Those then get welded together, and then a third piece. So we now have the output we need, except that it's got this extra bit on the end, which is why I've positioned this here to cut off the end, except that's not working because it's one block off. Hang on. That needs to be there. And we don't need those. Scanana says, I was kidding, but it's a very responsible view. I honestly would rather know the ones that make good tea. Yes, to be honest, I don't know that there's that many wild plants in the UK that you can make tea out of. I mean, the British did famously go and make an entire empire just in order to get some good tea. So, but I'm sure there are. I think you can make tea out of nettle leaves if you boil them first to remove the sting. Yes, as Scanana says. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to tell you how to identify poisonous plants or how to isolate the poison from them or anything like that, but just telling you the names of them, I think, is harmless enough. Hang on. This needs to go here, I think, or maybe just that. You'd think by now I'd know, like, the basics of this game, like where to put conveyors, but maybe not. Right, are we making the right shape? There we go. Okay, yeah, so the idea is this extra piece we don't need here just gets cut off at the last minute, leaving us with what I believe is the right shape. Yes, okay, we have solved the puzzle. As long as the machine keeps working and makes... hang on. We have a slight overflow problem here. We're making far too many solar panels, it looks like. Which unfortunately has resulted in us making a base with no panels on it. Yeah, that's a problem. Whoops. Okay, what went wrong here? Scanana says rhubarb leaves can be poisonous. That's true, yes. Quite a lot of plants have poisonous leaves. Potatoes is the obvious one. Potato leaves are very poisonous, whereas potato, the tuber, is not only edible but delicious. Now, yes, potats debugger. What actually went wrong here? Did we just... I think we were just making too many solar panels too quickly, and then everything backed up. At what point does it stop working? Because it's working so far. Ah, there. Okay, yeah. So at this point, things go wrong. I think I can just prevent that by putting a wall here. Yeah, there we go. So now it will continue to do the pieces. Okay. Yeah. Crisis averted. Just build walls around everything and it works. Can I be stupid and ask what a tuba is? It's not stupid at all, Skanana. A tuba is a large brass instrument. However, a tuba spelt T-U-B-E-R is the root of certain plants, often edible, and in particular covers things like ginger and potatoes. Fun fact, my bot has a dictionary definition command, so you can actually ask it about words, including those words. So yes, tuber ER is a fleshy, thickened underground stem of a plant, usually containing stored starch, for example, a potato or arrowroot. Thank you, Harry, for the potat emote there. So yes, the tuber is the part of the potato that's safe to eat, as opposed to the leaves, which are poisonous. Yes, and ginger is another example of a fleshy, thickened underground stem. Yes, the point of it is to serve as a food store for the plant itself, but we have we have domesticated them and bred them to produce maximum amount of starch and made them into potats. Right, I think our machine is working now because we've only got 3 more to go. So I think this is another case where this solution was easier than the previous level. There was a fairly constant difficulty curve at the start of the game, but yeah, now I think... Okay, so about average on speed, slightly above average on footprint, and quite good on number of blocks. Ah, well, nice to have a level we did well on. Yeah, I think this level was okay. This one was quite hard. This one was really hard. This one was really hard. This one was quite easy. This one was hard. This one was easy. That's how I think it went. Is licorice root a tuber? Interesting question. I'm just looking it up because I don't know the answer. Looks like the answer is no. Licorice is actually classed as a legume, so it's like lentils and beans and stuff like that. It's in the same family as those. Yes, so it is just, you're just extracting it from the root, not from... There's no separate fleshy area that serves as a starch storage. It's just the root can have licorice flavouring extracted from it. The scent of licorice root comes from a complex and variable combination of compounds. Much of the sweetness comes from glycyrrhizin, which has 30 to 50 times the sweetness of sugar. Wow, okay. I I didn't realise it was that sweet. I mean, I knew licorice was sweet, but it's interesting to know. Yes, so my knowledge of plants is mostly based around how to identify them, how they are classified scientifically, like which plants are in the same families, how they relate to each other. I don't know so much about how they're actually used. I mean, I generally know if they're edible or not, and if they're poisonous or not. I do have to know which plants are dangerous to touch. For example, giant hogweed is extremely dangerous to touch. Because if I'm in the field, I need to not touch them. But I don't always know all the different uses of them, or the chemistry of what's contained in them that can be extracted and used for different things. So that's all very interesting to learn. You do have to chew it. You're quite right. Thank you, Matcha Catcher, for providing a difficulty curve. Although you didn't quite get it right, but yeah, thank you anyway. You would like to learn how to find wild garlic. Well, Skanana, you should have been in yesterday's. You should have been in yesterday's stream, because yesterday the botany segment was about wild garlic. And to be honest, if you're in rural Somerset like I am, the answer is it's pretty much everywhere. Anywhere with a bit of shade, such as woodland, there is wild garlic absolutely everywhere, and you can smell it a mile off. So I certainly have no problem finding it, but elsewhere in the world it is rather more scarce. And to be honest, I mostly just know it when I see it, but I will probably... Yeah, I think I'll have when I do the first botany stream of the year, wild garlic should still be out. So I will make sure I include it in that, so you get a proper visual of what it looks like. If it's everywhere, can't you confuse it with other plants? I mean, yes. The thing with wild garlic in the area where I live is it literally takes over everything. Let me see if I can get the picture I had before. The picture that I showed on stream the other day. Okay, I can't find which picture it was now, but this one is just as good, so I'll show this one. Oops. This image. So obviously these big brown things are trees, but literally everything else in this photo is wild garlic. So this is a typical forest in northern Somerset in the spring. You really can't miss the wild garlic. It's this thing with the white flowers. We do have a couple of bluebell woods, which I personally think are much nicer. But most of our woods look like this. So yeah, if you were trying to forage for wild garlic, you would be spoilt for choice. I haven't seen that many people foraging for it. I have seen the occasional forager, but I think just generally people don't forage much around here. Matcha says, if you drop bread there, does it turn into garlic bread? Not exactly. So wild garlic is not the same as garlic. It's from the same family, the leek family. It is not the same plant, and whilst it does certainly, I mean, you can tell from the smell, it definitely has a garlic flavour to it. I don't know what garlic bread made with wild garlic would taste like, but I suspect it would be different. And no, if you just drop bread on the floor, Matcha, it just turns into dirty bread. There is slightly more effort involved to prepare garlic bread. Wild garlic pesto is good. Thank you for letting me know, Skanana. I've never actually tried it myself, but maybe I will at some point. Hello, Izzy. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which was a biting stone crop. Let me just quickly get back to the game. There we go. Still not here, but travelling home this time. Well, I wish you a safe journey, Izzy. I hope you enjoyed your travels, and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. And, well, hopefully you're not driving while viewing the stream, but assuming you can view the stream for a bit, then we will be live for another hour or so. Tibago says bread makes you fat. Well, yes, although it depends how much of it you eat, I suppose. Anything in moderation, proper, in conjunction with a nutritious diet and exercise. You can certainly eat some bread, but definitely don't overdo it. Skanana eats all of it. Okay. Well, you and Tibago can argue over the merits of bread if you wish. I eat a little bit of bread. I don't eat large quantities of bread, but I have the occasional sandwich. But it makes you cuddly and round. Well, I think this is what Tibago warns about. One person's fat is another person's cuddly and round. Okay, shall we get on with the game? I think that would be a good idea. So we've completed Solar Cell Array. I am actually curious. Since I made this to be triggered off of this, can I just stick the input rate up to max, or does that break it? There were some earlier levels in the game where you could just whack up the input rate and everything would still work. Yeah, looks like this is not one of them. Although I might be able to persuade it to work. Yeah. If it's not too much work, I'll do this. Otherwise, I'll give up and move on. But yeah, certainly, as I say, earlier in the game, there were many more levels where you could just put up the input rate and your solution would still work. But as it gets more complicated, that starts to not be the case. I'm thinking I can probably just shift everything over 2 blocks. Skanana says, "You're such a treasure for indulging botany curiosity. Good luck in the game." I absolutely do not mind answering questions about botany at any time, whether I'm playing a game or not. But yeah, I want to get this game finished at some point, obviously. I will say that I am planning to do dedicated botany streams where I will be talking about just botany. Therefore, obviously, I'll be able to take more questions then without being having to interrupt with gameplay every so often. But yes, you are certainly free to ask the questions at any time. Maybe I can get away with having the input rate at +6. No, that's still too slow. Okay, I think it's just limited by the speed of this this part of the machine. Which, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, this bit gets in the way of this bit, which is interesting. I didn't think of that. Yeah, and then that slows down the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, so that's not going to work at all. Okay. Well, the answer then is no. It's much more difficult to make a faster solution, although people have managed it looking at this graph. Let us head into the mission conclusion here.
We now have all the parts needed to finish the shipyard. With the completion of that, we will be able to begin construction of our fleet, and hopefully a functional skip drive that will allow us to return to our home planets and continue our mission to defeat the overlords. Thank you for all of your work.
You're welcome. Okay, so yeah, we've managed to build a spaceship to go back to Earth to warn them of the aliens, I guess. But that's not the end of the game, because there's a whole separate world here, which looks like it's going to give us 2 more blocks. Looks like we'll be speaking to this guy, who I guess is another race of aliens who was enslaved by the Toad people, who has also managed to escape. Let's hear what they have to say.
Well, it's you. Hello there. I am Ortis, the tools engineer. Dave is busy designing ships, and I wanted to meet you, so I volunteered to help out. If we're going to finish this space station and build the homeward fleet, we're going to need some better tools. Lucky for us, I've been working on a couple of new inventions. You'll be helping me out, using my latest tools to build components for the space station and the fleet. And me? Well, I'll be over here, making sure nothing explodes in your face.
Lovely. Thank you for not having things explode in my face, I guess. Abominable Snowman's cousin, says Matcha. Yeah, maybe. All glory to the Hypnotoad. Yeah, so the aliens who enslaved us and abducted us originally, apparently they're known as toads by the resistance. Not Hypnotoads. I don't think they possess hypnotic powers, otherwise we probably wouldn't have been able to escape. But yeah, let's find out what these 2 blocks are that we're going to be unlocking. Landing Alignment Guide is our first puzzle. Okay. Looks like an England flag to me, but again, we're just preparing for the World Cup, everyone. Don't mind us. So that's interesting. So this is obviously an array of red and white blocks. We've started a new world, so it's reset our hotbar again. It's one very, very minor criticism of this game, which really is so minor it's not even worth saying, is it does reset our hotbar every time we start a new world. Okay, so yeah, it's giving us this blank array of blocks. Yeah, Matra's saying paint block, but I think this is the paint block. I think this does the red paint and this does the white paint, if I'm looking at this correctly. So, this is the new block we've unlocked, a counter. Interesting. So it basically, you can have a number between 1 and 9, it looks like. Okay. That might be useful. So yeah, that might make some of my timing circuits a bit smaller. I've been building quite big timing circuits so far. Let's just quickly hear what our snowman friend has to say about this level.
Alright, time to show off my latest creations. I call this the counter. Have you ever wanted to trigger a sensor on every other block? Well, you are in for a treat. Basically, the counter is an intelligent sensor which will trigger on every 2, 3, 4, or however many blocks you want. There is also the painter. You can selectively paint parts of a product or material by passing it by a painter. I guess the counter is technically optional, but you definitely need to use the painter to build this.
Okay. Well, let's see then. So this is obviously going to paint it white, so I think we want to run the whole thing past this, and then run part of it past this to paint it red. So let's start by just bringing this down. Matcha Catcher asks, what would it take to break that window? Well, I don't think the game is going to let me do it. And it probably wouldn't end well for me if we did. Interesting planet over there. Yes, this a giant sort of hangar that we're in now. Gives us lots of space for building our constructions. Whether we need all this space or not, I'm not sure. Hopefully we don't need all this space for this puzzle, but maybe some of the other puzzles are a bit more difficult. Anyway, I'll start by just trying to paint the whole thing white, since that's obviously going to be the first step. We actually need to move it this way a bit so that we can paint the whole thing. Is this going to work to paint it white? No, need to move it one more block. Okay, well that's the white part, and then that's going to put red on. Okay, but we don't want to put red there. We want to put red down the middle. So we can start by having a lifter. As soon as it's gone past the paint, we can lift it up one block. In order to paint the stripe on the middle. So that should lift it up. We need to support this block somehow, so let's attach it to the ceiling, I guess. Okay, that's going to lift it up too early. Where can we safely lift it up? Here? No, one more block and then we can lift it up. Okay. We'll now paint a stripe down the middle. And then we're almost there. What we need to do is just paint the top and bottom bits on the stripe. Which means moving this up and down when it gets to the appropriate position. Interesting. Okay. I wonder what if we just have a lifter here and like raise it and then lower it. Because if it was just a case of raising it, it would be easy, but it's not just a case of raising it. What if I lift it up further than that? Can we lift it this far? Does that work? Oh. Not like that, it won't. Okay, yeah, that works. Then I need to drop it down when it gets here, but then I need to drop it down here, which means I can't have this conveyor here. Okay, how about this? And we should really bang around the other side so we can see what's happening. Okay, yeah, so that puts the vertical stripe in. Then we need to send it through again to put the horizontal stripe on. So what if we just send it back through? So put the vertical stripe on, come back round. Oh no, it needs to go back further than that. It's seven blocks wide. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Problem then is there's going to be another one coming. Yeah, okay. Okay, I had the idea that we drop it down to do the vertical stripe and then send it back round to do the horizontal one. But the problem with that is I think we'd have to slow the machine down so much that it might not be worth it. I mean, we can slow the machine down quite a lot. But even, like, this is the slowest we can do it. Oh, that might actually be slow enough. Okay, this is going to be the world's slowest solution, but let's try it just to see what happens. So we do this, drop it down to make the vertical stripe, and then the idea is we take it back round and make the horizontal one, but we would need to only lift it as far as here this time. So what we would do is we'd have another conveyor here that was lower than the first one. Actually, it only needs to go to there, doesn't it? And instead of attaching this to the ceiling, we would attach it to a pusher. And I think just having a regular... I know we've got this counter now, but I think just a regular old timing circuit is going to work best for this. We've got plenty of space for it. So we do that, and then we put a button here, and then button there. Yeah, and the idea is that at the right moment, that's not the right moment at all. So it needs to go through the first pass, and then just as it's coming up to this second pass, it needs to push that over to engage the other conveyor. It actually needs to stay there for several cycles, so we actually need multiple buttons, I think, like this. Yeah, so that will catch it there. Now it's painting this stripe. And then, yeah, we just need to... we need to not release it till it's finished. So I think we actually need to hold it for 7 ticks. So 7 buttons. Oh, and keep the... Oh, we need it to not fall down when it's got halfway. We can just catch it with a conveyor at that point. Why is this? Oh, right. So yeah, it pushes there. Oh, and then it falls off the pusher. Yeah, that's a problem. Falls off the pusher here, but it needs to be able to fall all the way down. And it's going to fall. Right. Yeah. So this needs to be part of this structure. She's a little bit awkward, but we can make it work. Yeah, it needs to be here. Yeah. So it goes that way, and then we push in a thing that makes it go this way. And now we have... there we go, we have... Oh, not quite. We do need to actually continue bringing it. I think we almost have the right shape now. It would be helpful to be able to view it from this side, but we've got to view it from this side. Oh, we're just dropping it 1 tick too early. That's what it is. We go. We have successfully made an England flag. Then we need to rotate it that way round, and then bring it over, and in. We still need to get the timing right on this circuit, but I think that's about what we need. So that, and then that, and then that will drop down, rotate, come this way, and there we go. Okay, how's this looking? Right, okay, that was 2 ticks too early. So make this 2 ticks longer, I think. Move the block 2 ticks further on, keep it synchronized. Does this work now? No. What happened there? Oh. Okay, yes, it's synchronized. Good. So this timing circuit is synchronized with these things coming in. Yep. We've successfully built an England flag making factory. Or landing alignment lights, as the game calls it. Yeah, the England flag is weird. For those of you not in the UK, you almost never see the England flag. You'll see the UK flag, which has this cross at the centre of it, but then it has diagonal white stripes and a blue background for Scotland. You'll only see the England flag usually when the World Cup is on, because England and Scotland compete as separate football teams, therefore. They have their separate flags. Tobago will probably complain about how the Welsh flag doesn't appear on the UK flag at all, even though Wales is part of the UK. Which I think is especially disappointing because the Welsh flag is a dragon. Like, all flags would be improved by having dragons on them. Exactly, yeah. Just like, I just can't believe whoever came up with the Union Jack had the opportunity to put a dragon on a flag and decided not to take it. Dragons make things better. Anyway, we successfully solved this level. We were slower than average on our cycle score because we turned down the input to its slowest possible value. But if you know anything about me and some of my streamer friends, who I suspect Ophelia's gone to bed now, but she was here earlier. We don't mind doing things the slow way. We, in fact, actively encourage doing things the slow way. So I'm going to ignore this cycle score and just focus on this one, which is average, and this one, which is bad. Okay, this is a bad solution, I admit it. How could I improve the block score? I guess there must be ways that I could do that. Yeah, because this is so long, actually, I probably can improve it quite a lot. Because I don't need most of these. By the way, the block score, just in case it's confusing, these plain blue blocks, the structure blocks, or platform blocks, they don't count as blocks for the block count. So here you see I've got 101 blocks. If I place a bunch of these, if you look down the bottom right, I've still got 101 blocks. And what that means is when you've got a long conveyor like this, as long as you've got at least one, like if your input is 7 blocks long, as long as there's at least one conveyor every 7 blocks, you don't actually need the others. Therefore, this will still work, and it's obviously fewer blocks. So let me just quickly go around and replace everything where we don't need there to be a block there. And then I can get a lower score. I think this is actually all the blocks we need. Oh, and actually we don't need all of these either. We just need the ones at each end. So that's 80 blocks, which is a bit better. Okay, no, never mind, we need these blocks. Matcha says, I thought it looked too complicated. Well, maybe, Matcha, but, I mean, how would you solve it then? Because you need to, in order to paint a cross on it, I need to put this section past this painter twice. Once vertically and once horizontally. So it needs to go like that, and then it needs to go like this. So I need to move something between the two passes in order to make it go a different way. So there is obviously a simpler solution, but it's not obvious what you would do. I mean, I guess not have 7 buttons, that might help. There's some way to do this machine that doesn't require 7 buttons. Okay, so you see we've improved. Maybe this is where we need to use the counter block. I still don't quite understand how this works. So if I hook this up to a counter instead of something else, what does this do? Okay, that didn't do anything. So do I use it in place of a button? Okay. That also didn't do anything. So it didn't do anything. It didn't do anything when activated by a signal. Yeah, activating it with a signal didn't do anything, and having a block come past it didn't do anything. Yeah, well, the instructions didn't really. They just said like you can use it to count how many times a block has gone past. But, okay. Looks like you have to have it this way round, which isn't obvious. So I can't. I have to be round here to watch the. Okay, right. Yeah, so it only counts around this side, and then okay, then it activates that. Okay. Yeah. I'm wondering if we can get rid of this timing circuit and make a smaller one. That uses a counter to decide when to go. And push this thing. Also, I'm gonna... actually no, I can't. I can't think of a way to make this mechanism any simpler, unfortunately. But yeah, the idea is if we can maybe use a counter here. Well, can we look at the... Maybe we can look at the blocks directly and use a counter for that. Yeah. Let me think. Oops. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is just going to float if there's nothing supporting it. There's a slight problem. Let's build the pusher here, and then we don't have to run as many wires, because wires count as blocks as well. What I'm thinking is the first time this comes round, we could detect it coming round and trigger a counter. Yeah, but how do we make the counter actually help with this though? Because it needs to come out that way. Oh, we could detect it. We could detect it coming here. And when it comes round again, move this. But we'd want to move. The counter wouldn't do what we want because we'd want to move this the first time something came past and not the second time. So yeah, it would need to be here actually. Yeah, if we detected it here. Like there. And attach that to this pusher. Yeah, actually, in which case the pusher might as well be on this side. Okay. So first time this comes, the counter doesn't do anything. No, but it counts. Yeah, it counts every block. That's no good. It would need to only count one block. Okay, so it would actually need to be down here. So it only triggers once. Yeah, I'm not convinced this block adds that much to the game, to be honest, but oh well. We'll see. We might be able to get a solution here with fewer blocks. So that triggers once, so the next time something hits that block, it will trigger again. Now it will push the thing over. But it pushed it straight back again. So I guess it just sends out a pulse when it triggers. Okay, yeah, it just sends out a pulse when it triggers. It doesn't wait for it to be triggered again to reset the signal. So that doesn't actually work. Yeah, it needs to stay here. Yeah, we need to create like a pulse of 7 consecutive on signals to this wire to move this across 7 ticks, so that it goes across the whole painter. Yeah, this doesn't work either. Okay. Is there some different solution that we can use some different solution where it makes sense to use the counter? We still need to lift it up, obviously, because at the very least we need to get it there. So yeah, maybe we just detect when it's here, and like up and down. Well, yeah, I mean, Minecraft Redstone is a whole other kettle of fish. But I've never done Minecraft, and I'm never going to do Minecraft on stream for precisely that reason. I don't really. There's enough Minecraft streamers, and I don't want to be messing around with Redstone that I don't really understand when there's plenty of streamers who do understand it. If I detect when this is here via a normal button, that button, and but I would need to push it. Yeah, I'd need to push it up. Because what I would want to do would be here. Have it drop down to paint that square. Then I'd need to push in a lifter to lift it up. But I couldn't push in a lifter from this side because there's this pillar in the way. The lifter would have to be pushed in from this side. So we'd have to have a lifter here. Except it can't be attached to the floor because it needs to move. So it'd have to be here and drop down. This would need to be able to move. In fact, these would need to be connected. So this is rapidly becoming just as complicated as the previous solution. So button would trigger pusher to push this. Which would... Okay, so paint the first three, trigger that. This comes across. Oh, yeah, we... This can't be in the way. We're triggering it one block too late. Trigger it here. And this all needs to drop down. So why is this? How is this floating? It's not attached to anything. And it's... What? Well, don't tell me the lifter is lifting the... What? Why is this conveyor belt not falling? It's not connected to anything. Oh, because it's floating on this lifter. Oh, for God's sake. But I need to be able to push it over. Okay, so actually this needs to be a blocker. So I can start the conveyor in the unextended state. Oops. I mean, I've already solved this level. I'm only doing it again because Matcha said my solution was too complicated. Right, and then this... No, that won't work because we can't retract it to have a lifter there. Actually, I suppose the lifter doesn't actually need to be in line. The lifter could be here. It would still work, possibly. Not there. There. And then, so this comes in, lifts up, but Don't lift the whole machine up. For God's sake. I can't even stop that because it's coming in that way. Okay, no, this is not going to work then. This is not going to work either. Okay, we do need, we certainly need at least one inverted conveyor here. This inverted conveyor doesn't need to move though. So let's just attach it like here. Okay. We need to slide in a lifter here. So lifter, pusher, button. Okay, so it's gone up and down now. All we'd need to do is push it along again to continue, but it's, yeah, at the moment it's just going to continue going up and down for the rest of the time until the next one bumps into it, and then unfortunately that's going to paint the whole thing red, which is not what we want. We need to pick it back up with a conveyor. There. Can we just rely on the other one banging into it? No. It's never going to push it along. So it's never going to be picked up. What if I have an above conveyor instead? Connected to the floor. What if I have both conveyors? Okay, it just never pushes it across. Okay. So how do we persuade it to go across when it's finished? That brings it up. We need another button that triggers when it's at the top, I think, that does something else. Yeah, well, it's not supposed to go up, down, it's just supposed to go up. So here, we'd need to trigger it again. So, button here. And that would need to push a conveyor under it to get it moving. So, conveyor here, pusher here. We'd need to not bump into this other button. Tibago has decided to review contents insurance in light of the recently being a fire in your block. Yes, that does make sense, Tibago. And no problem. Happy for you to lurk if you need to. I don't want this one to fall down, so that needs to go like that. Okay, so that doesn't trigger until it's been pushed up. Okay, look, we got it. Oh my god. Okay, so this 2-button mechanism is sufficient to do it. This is more complicated than the previous mechanism because there are 2 moving parts instead of just 1. But it might actually be fewer blocks, in which case we still come out ahead. So I guess that's okay. I think we can actually move this button here and save a few blocks. And I don't think we need this now. Okay, yeah, that does work. We still need to rotate it. So if we just drop it off here, I think we can rotate it. And it drops down, which will be there. Actually, no, we can't rotate it when it drops down there, because this isn't wide enough. These stairs are in the way. Oh no. Oh, we can rotate it 1 block higher. I think this... yeah, I think this has room. Just. Then we can push it out and slide it in that way. Okay, does this work? You never quite realise how much stuff you have until you either move or try to get contents into yours. Yes, I mean, to be honest, most of my stuff is not really valuable enough to be worth insuring. Basically, my PC, my bicycle, and like furniture and appliances, which sort of comes standard with the... I have a standard home contents policy, and then I only need to add things onto that that are over a certain value, which is going to be, yeah, just those 2 things really. Although, yeah, my PC is quite valuable now to have all this streaming equipment connected to it, so yeah. Fortunately, it is a detached house, so it's unlikely to catch on fire for reasons other than my own fault. I'm not going to have a fire spread from somebody else's apartment, which is good. What about your diamond-encrusted tiara? I don't have any jewellery. Well, okay. I don't have any real jewellery. I don't have any gold or silver or diamonds. My jewellery is made of plastic. Or wood. Some of it's made of wood. Right, does this work? So, hit the rotator, spin round. Does it fit? No, it doesn't fit. Stupid game. Who put these stairs here? Okay, we can probably do this. And then this. No, we need 3 here. 3 of these. And then on this side we can do this. Okay, and since we're trying to save blocks, I think we actually only need 1 of them. And then blocks here. Stairs are overrated. Well, stairs are annoying. Look, there's a perfectly good set of stairs this side. Why does there also need to be stairs this side? This end, there are no stairs at all. Flower encrusted headband. Yeah, my headband collection, which is worth a grand total of about £30. Right, okay. Okay, we did it. As I say, I don't think this is any less complicated. I suppose, actually, the only good thing about this solution is I think I can actually speed up the input rate now, because it will be out of the way by the time the next one comes. Yeah, okay. I mean, it looks better. It looks better because it's not like going round in a circle. It is just like up and down. Like down, up, done. It's simpler in that respect, but the actual mechanism needed to do that is actually more complicated, because you have to slide this lifter in, and then you have to slide the conveyor in. Like that. Okay. How fast can I do it? Actually, I can probably put the input speed up. So this is +5. Okay, that just barely fits. Okay, yeah, well, +5 it is an improvement on -10. I'll certainly say that. Let's see what this ends up at. The footprint is still going to be bad, but I'm less bothered about that. Okay, well, yes, okay, that was better. I accept, Machakachi, your criticism of my previous solution was valid. So I'm slightly blocking the total here, but yeah, we've gone down to 176 cycles instead of 323, which it's bang on the average now. Our footprint score is actually quite a lot better than average, 212. And our block score is about average, slightly below average, or slightly above average. Fewer blocks than average, which is an above average score, if that makes sense. But yeah, we used 38 blocks. I think I'm happy with this solution now, so I think we'll move on. Resistance by a lot of flags. Well, yeah, as I say, the game says it's landing alignment guide, but it looks more like an England flag to me. So these are the new blocks we uncovered. Counter. Counters, like sensors, are able to sense blocks. However, instead of always triggering, they count blocks as they pass and trigger when a programmable target is reached between 2 and 9. Painters are stationary blocks that apply paint to other blocks as they pass by. If the same face of a block is painted twice, the new paint will completely cover up the old paint. Yes, I suppose I was making that assumption in the previous level. It's just as well that it does work that way. So it doesn't look like the painter is actually a placeable block because they were pre-placed in the level. But counters are placed. Neither of my solutions had a use for this counter block. So maybe some of these levels will. We've only got about 10 minutes left in the stream now, but I will start the next puzzle just to get an idea of what's required. So this is control console. Looks like we can speak to our friend again. Ortis. What do you have to say, Ortis?
The Overlords have been enslaving other beings for thousands of your Earth years. That is lengthy by your understanding of time. And me? Well, let's just say I'm ancient. I was enslaved by the Overlords long before Salvatros was even born.
Okay, by the way, I don't think this game has subtitles. If it turns out there's some way to enable them that I missed, then apologies. But yeah, when this screen appears in the main menu, it actually gives you subtitles, and here it doesn't.
That is lengthy by your understanding of time. And me? Well, let's just say I'm ancient. I was enslaved by the Overlords long before Salvatros was even born.
So, what are we making? This. Okay. So we did make a console with like screens and stuff on it before, but it was a bit different to this one. This one actually has a corner to it, which makes it a bit more complicated. There isn't actually anything in this corner either. So how many block types we've got? We've got this thing with the keyboard and monitor. We've got this thing with the lever on it. We've got the base. The back is the same type as the base. Okay, so that's all the same type of block. We've also got this corner though. That must be a different block type. So I think we've got 4 block types. Is that right? Oh, this comes in preformed. Okay. So we've got 3 block. Yeah, we've got 3 block types because that comes in preformed. Okay. So we've got the lever block, the corner block, and then a pre-made set of 3 consoles. Okay, that's actually kind of weird because we're going to have to delete 2 of the consoles off of here in order to put this in instead. Yeah, this is weird. If you try and break this down into units of what's coming out of there, obviously this is 1. And then this is sort of 2 stuck together at an angle, which could be interesting. So yeah, okay, I'm going to pretend that this block is the green block. And then let's say that this is the console with the screen. So this is the basic unit that's coming in. And let's say that this is a lever block. So we need to delete this block and add this block without deleting either of the side blocks or the back block. I'm not even sure that's possible because a laser, if we lasered through it, would take both blocks out, and we don't have a separate supply of green blocks to put this one back. And I think with the eviscerator, although you can move eviscerators, they're always going to eviscerate at least 2 blocks. So, maybe I think maybe we actually have to break it down into this unit. So, chop off the 3rd monitor from there, just have this. And then eviscerate that off and put a lever in. And then make 2 of those. Like that. And then no, there's 6 blocks on the back here. Yeah, this is not part of this. So the first console will look like that. The second console will need to look like that. Or no, okay. Yeah, we make 2 of those. Then the 3rd one, we make a 3rd one where we eviscerate off this block and put the corner block in. Let's use this to stand in for the corner block. And then we make another one that just consists of these 2 screens, and we don't do anything to it, and that's going to be this bit. But then there's these 2 blocks. So this last unit actually needs to look like this, which is annoying because that's we were sticking to a theme with all the others, but this one is different because it's got these extra 2 blocks, and then we weld this to this at an angle, and obviously we just weld all these together. Okay. This looks challenging, I have to say. And might be best approached with a fresh mind at the start of next stream, since we are almost coming up to our 4 hours now. Let me just check I'm not misunderstanding what we're getting here. We're getting, oops. Yeah, we're getting a 3x2 unit of those. And we're also getting corner pieces and levers, and we should be getting 3 times as many, no, twice as many levers as corner pieces. Yeah, okay. Okay, well this could finally be a use for the counter, I guess, because we'll have a machine. Yeah, we'll have a machine here that eviscerates one whole strip off of this, counts to 4, and when it gets to 4, it retracts the eviscerator just for these blocks. Then we have another counter that counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and when it counts, but it would trigger after 3 and reset. I don't think you can read the counter to find out if it's 4 or not. Okay, so that wouldn't actually work for deciding what to put on the units. Because for this one it would. You could trigger 1, 2, 3, 4 and not eviscerate the 4th one. But for this, you couldn't trigger 1, 2, 3, trigger on the 3rd one and then go to 4 and then back to 1. After it triggered on 3, it would go back to 1. So it would count this as 1. Then it would go 2, 3 and trigger on this one, which would be wrong. Okay, so we can't use a counter for that. We just have to do it the old-fashioned way. But we can use a grand total of 1 counter to solve this level, I think. Okay. I am going to tackle that next stream, I think. So we will leave it there. But thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you in particular to Alhuno for the raid. And for ProStoic. To ProStoic for the raid. Thank you, Ren.
C_N_D just cheered 500 bits. Wow, that is a lot of bits. Thanks for cozy stream.
That is indeed a lot of bits. Thank you so much, Ren. I'm glad you found the stream cozy. I think maybe I just spent a bit too long on that last level, but I'm glad I got a good solution in the end. Matcha sort of made me go back and do a simpler one, but I'm glad I did because I learned more about the game. So yeah, we will wrap things up there and look for somebody to raid. If anybody has suggestions for raid targets, do let me know. Let's see who is on right now. Twitch, please don't be annoying. Okay. I don't know if it's Chrome or if it's Twitch, but something is auto-scrolling Twitch homepage to the bottom. So I can't actually view which of my followers are online, which is somewhat annoying. Who have I not been to recently? Joe Adultman we did raid the other day. Tilly we raided last week. Reasonable Cuba we've been to a few times. Who else? El Taibogo says I don't see any of the regulars. Ren says mine does that with my followed by an Edge. Okay, it's probably a Twitch thing then, not a Chrome thing. If you have the same problem in Edge, we could head over to Joe Adultman. He usually does crosswords. It's the reason I follow him. But he's doing something else today. But that's fine. Let's head over there. So if you enjoy crosswords, definitely give Joe Adultman a follow. And if you enjoy whatever it is he's playing, it's some sort of Marvel branded game. Then if that's to your liking, then also give him a follow. Let's set up the raid here. There we go. If you would like to send a raid message, and I encourage you to do so because it's fun, you can type Gertrude Raid with blue flowers like this. Or if you're not subscribed, that's fine as well. Why not use Dino Dance and do this, or you can just put your own emotes in and do whatever you want. You can do what Matcha does and spam emotes frantically, pushing my raid message off the screen. Don't worry. I will be back tomorrow with the second instalment of Cosmic Express, where we try to build train tracks in space, and there might be a bit of head scratching on that one as well because the puzzles are very hard. And I'll be back next Friday with the next instalment of Dorfromantic, and back here same time, same place next week for probably the penultimate Infinifactory stream. But I have been thoroughly enjoying this game, hard though it is. So thank you all once again, and bye for now.